Omonomba Nedo Ukwakbalokbolo Ewai II, Oba of Benin, performing during the 2025 Ododua Festival. Ododua Festival is unique as it was organized in honor of Ioba Omoni Hwoyeme, Ioba Ewai II, as part of activities for her burial rites. The rich traditions and cultural heritage of the Benin Kingdom were showcased when His Royal Majesty Ewai II engaged the floor to perform during Ugie Ododua in the palace ground in Benin City. In the dance performance, the Ogbelaka royal drummers supplied the needed impetus and rhythm for the dance. However, tributes are paid by the head of Benin deities to the monarch, who was the cynosure at the event. The event can best be imagined as the spiritual rejuvenation, stunned, spectaculars and guests at the colorful ceremony. 7 masquerades representing 7 spirits and deities conveyed different meaning in company with the head of the deities of Benin, with the Oba of Benin, who exhibited a grand cultural dexterity in his dance steps.
This is an Egbete community situated in Isako Central Local Government Area of Edo State. It is an agrarian community with united people that promotes unity and oneness for peaceful coexistence. The inhabitants of the community migrated from Benin, the cradle of black civilization, a kingdom where king is truly king. The ancestors of Anegbete saw that age was the main determinant of leadership in the rural setting, and the eldest man in the settlement was regarded as the leader who presided over meetings, and his authority is held in high esteem. To further strengthen this unique system of leadership, age group evolved in Anegbete. In Anegbete, age group is categorized into two, that is, the common and the noble. Anegbete is rich in cultural heritage, as the community at noon saw the commitment of the festival with the first set rolled out in beauty colors to showcase their might and strength, indicating their feet and ready for the responsibilities behold on them. The streets in the community with a feed up of young men and women adorned with the festival. Later, the royal family takes the stage as their children fight out royally and work in the community to showcase their might and fitness. The Ekoko masquerades from Ute village
whose cult is connected with Obaeware and his mother, Elere, appear on this occasion to bless the Oba. Ekoko is a ritual masquerade that dances to please the guests and the Oba.
ITV, certainly the best. This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Ugibo tawe se eniwan ibo tawe de na owe sike gbere ma ta gbera uzalo no gbera mara gwa kan igegbe owe de na ni wan ama ama ìyàwó ni we tawe bo ama oni ama demino ama wa ya ma ka be do di yobo na ma je no wa ra o ta gbon ya fe we ra ma na ya yu we wa egbe we ma na ya ye wa da ma nu we ne eyun we na wi de nu ya ye o ori ma agwa kana ni wa no bu egwa ye me na ama na ori ma ta me ge Victor ibizugbe obokun ya
baba owese numu yotona ama emi no kwa wa no no yo ni ma wa re owede no wero wa an yobo no we ikiwo wa so pa age afefa ye keku wa gba lo ma mi hu do ni ama emi no kaka bo wa ma no keke ni mu adobo mu se na ye eru owo keke na awon no ekunu vin na gbe o keke no na me na gbe o keke no ekunu vin na re kai no ma won ni èmi no wi e odigbagbe oba atope
ise ama ma agwa kan ni wa me o sa bo se je no wi e o no ri do ba yo ka o re do ya fe no be ka gbo iye o ya fe ijo to wa ya fe o sa bo lo di mara ama no ma no sa lo bo ya ji ma ama no ma no keke egbo ri ma le ni ma gwa ka egbe uza no uza no gbera ama okay iyi we no salo bo ayi ile gbo wa ama no ama okay emi na re le bo te mark ama na fi ya oro awo na ya ran ama na fi ye gbero awo na ya ran epo maku ama no na ya ri bae olode ama no na ya do lukmo ama na regbopa ama ekene tenari ama no owo terari ayo balo ama ni arewa we no nye teni hi ere na fi owo na ye bere na ami se no ya sa mi obalo ama ni we ya ka bo ye ero we ekenu fia we go na yekere we do kien no wa na oye bere ama okira emi okira emi okira yi okira uyi okira ilele okira no salo kwa uvie no salo kwa yi ni man ma lele we ni ama dama ni mame manedo ya ma ya ye gbe kian ni ma ya we ni mi na dunu ni ma amaro eso ama soro ni ma mu fo na mewe emi ma iduna amani okeye mi no ni ma ho ni ma begi dama nu we mi nu we yakia na mi enwe na ya enwe amano ya se gbe ebe ina ni ma mi owebe na te certificate owebe ni we yo ona emi we we kenu ti ese ebe enu ri la diawo na te certificate ni amano we ama nu ya yowebe na fun onu we ri ladia ai wa yowebe iwa ye university iwa ye na gebe ni he ladiawo ama no we dama ni mame manedo na ya dolo eyi na ya dolo egbe yi na ya dolo eyi na awe ni no ma keregbe kere mo ni ma bie wa gu iwe gwa he de mi nu ya gu gwa na wa awa no regbe awa no rebo na wa ai go ko lori ewu wa awa no otedo ààrẹ ìrìnà sẹ́yọ ẹ̀nà yẹ gbọ́ wọn ọmọ náà gbọ́ wọn ká lè gbẹ wa ama èmi náà òye owó sàlóbà nù ama bó ni wọn ẹ bẹ́ẹ̀ni ìmọ̀ nẹ́ẹ̀dọ́ ìmọ̀ àṣẹkí ìyàlẹ́ lọ́rí mà ẹ ẹ̀yìn máa wọ́n tẹ̀wé ẹ̀yìn máa gbọ́n kaná ama ọ̀tẹ̀wé gbogbo ìwé dé kọ́ ama mà kaná.
Mami ọtí máa rẹ̀ nọ̀rí àwọ̀ rẹ̀ ọgbọ́n ọ̀kan ìsìn wọn pọ́lá wa máa wò na ya anya wa hanu we bie we na dolo bie ewe hin ama na ama bun we nu ka ilu kan eba ama re gbo ma na gbo ama re upo ama re isinwina wa kin awupo ni wa mi ke ni na vina ama le loto agbin na awon na te zebra cross ama ni rie ma we ni moto mu e no kin ahenehene huda ibie ka le ma gbera amaro wa mewe eri seza ni wulo we owokuo na ya ye yare anado maye ogbelegare e king square we do wana ni aso ga igba aya gbo koto wa ni aya gbo kin de ya iniya uwa we go pono ri esopon ba ana maye ba ga so na ya yere no gbina no kwa bege no gbera uya we pania una we se da papa wa we me ebo kini no we gbinu una we ga die upo no ri upisi loko na opon ba market wa we mi awe maye ba oku ba na tie emota bo ya ga re ba he amani ya yere emi no suru we ga ni na gudu mu iye wa ni de ga ma ere mi ayere awe gbe ye ere imoto we na ahia ewen ilaba ni ama na ya ahun ewe ogwe no eni we na gbe na we ni ama na ya ahun we yo mugan eni hi uga wa do ge emi bun na mana no waye o ma na mo bo we tin ewe kin awe odugbo ato le odugbo ari obafi o ave be kin o le pale ran o ya ma yo no ya ahun de no lara kin no we ode no kin alabri gbe ya de ama ni gi ode ma amaro imoto na lo baligi ina ti speedometer no ruwe ni o ga le kian o ga be ga mani wa ge o ga ise 80 say 100 o le no kwa ye na uri ogbo eyin totore uri eye brake u se scoto amani o ma we de ga mani ro we wa le kian we ekene we ye ama o wa be bun wa we mi we u ga ri e ona me we uri ezenia we aloke yin na amani he ma we we opin zagide na o han hu dato ero safety dey mama de do de wa kan keni igogo ye yen mu eyo yen mu ovien ni obigo awe igogo re ma usi irin west koto no ya ehule la ha o ga se kenu ana mudia awe mama mi so be ro amami mi gbode na te bumper na speed breaker o ga se wa amani he ma we nu we rule gbe we se koto we ko lagbera hu do ni imura na maye we dagbo ma na gbon ate ti ta e ma na gbon na ma are mu amaye gbe na ya yawo ma na ma ni kin na ya tu no kere na ya egbe no kere na ya ebo no kere wa re so ni a iyan wa hiye tapa yiro avie ha gbe wo tutu avie ha nya odun wa en we oteyo ba wa na kere wa mi o so ohyunu avan amama kwe uwa enwe igaba yi na hin uwa mi eso avie gbe tun uwa enwe wi obo na wa hin uwa mi eso ayi mama won enwe sako o ma na kere hu do ni ama ogun ga no ama ni o ma wode o we ta ma won no keke nu hin ari wu o we ma won emi no gbera na ya ye ere kakabo igi ogbe ama no hu ano bada mamu igi ogbe ni fuwa igi ogbe so ihin yi aro awe keni ihin no zo pa ni ìdí gbọ́ra rẹ̀ máa bí nàná ẹ̀yìn nà ọba àtọ́pẹ́.
ìṣe ama ẹ̀ máa gbọ́n kánà níwọ̀n ẹ̀ máa lásù ní ẹ̀lùgbìn ìnà ama rẹ̀ dòrò ẹ̀mí ni máa tálá ní àwùjọ èmi ni máa wọ́ ama nọ èmi ni ẹ̀dọ́ wọ́ èmi ní ẹgbẹ́ ìwárọ̀ ẹgbẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀ yẹn rí ẹ̀rọ ẹ̀ ama no awọ ẹ̀ ọ̀hàrọ̀ ẹ̀ ọ̀nà àríọ̀ èmi àmì ọ̀mẹ̀tìrì ẹ̀ sọ̀rọ̀ ọwọ́ bọ̀ ẹ̀ amáwọ̀ bọ̀ ẹ̀ èbó àwẹ̀wẹ̀ ọ̀hún ẹ̀ àwọn àwọn ẹ̀kọ́ ọ̀wẹ́ kọ̀ wà á lọ yẹn amárẹ̀ nẹ̀ ẹ̀ nàfíyẹ̀ gbọ́pá èmi wà bún nà ama nu wẹ̀ tó bú wẹ̀ nà dàbí ọ̀mẹ́ náà èmi ní ẹ̀ má wẹ̀ òhìn ọ̀rọ̀ ama ẹ̀ nù awọ ẹ̀ yẹ ama mi lò ama ọ̀kẹ́yà ìrìnà rí ẹ̀ ìjọ̀dún náà ma ọ̀kẹ́yà ìrìnà rí ẹ̀ ẹ̀wọ̀n náà ma ọ̀kẹ́yà ìrìnà rí ẹ̀ ẹ̀tí náà ma ọ̀kẹ́yà ìrìnà rí ìdòbò yàn wà gbére yẹ ama bóyá ọ̀tẹ́ ká ba ama àwọ̀ ẹ̀ma wà gbìnà òdẹ́ ni ẹ̀jọ́ ìgbìnà ni látàmù wẹ̀ ni ọ̀rẹ́ ẹ̀ ìjọ̀dún wẹ̀ ni ama ẹ̀yìn nù wọ́n ní ebòwé tẹ̀ information ama ẹ̀yìn nù uyi ọ̀rẹ́ wò ní yàtẹ̀ Nigeria constitution ama ẹ̀yìn nù uyi ọ̀rẹ́ do ẹ̀yìn àwọ̀ rẹ̀ do ama ẹ̀yìn nù bí màá wà rẹ̀ do bí màá wà n'ọba bí màá wà n'ege bí màá wà awótọ̀ awọ̀ wà náà wà wótọ̀ ama ẹ̀yìn nù ọ̀nà wà wótọ̀ wàá yà zọ́ ẹ̀ ama ẹ̀yìn nù ìnáwó ẹ̀bọ̀dẹ̀ ní àsomìẹ́ àrígbáràn ọ̀rọ̀ àrọ́víà ọ̀rọ̀ àróhìọ̀wọ̀n ọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀zẹ̀ náyàkínà ọ̀rọ̀ ní àdáyàrúwa nọ̀yà dọ̀lẹ̀ nìyí kó tọ́ra dì ama ẹ̀yìn iná ní ìwà níwẹ́ níyà ẹ̀ ama ẹ̀ màgbákanà ama náà sì kọ̀wé òyìnbó wò náà yí wà yàrá wà rárá mú ẹ̀wọ́ ọmọ ìmọ̀ kí de ọbọ wẹ wá bẹ kí ilẹ ọbọ dá ìwúkì nọ yẹbọ gbẹmìlẹ máa ama ẹ nọ ama dàn ẹ wẹ mẹni ama nà wẹ yà sí ọmọ yàrá yìí àwẹ ẹwẹ wà lọ iye mo bọ ẹ ọtẹ àdìgbé ọwọ àdìkùn yọ wẹ ọwọ àfọ ama ẹ nọ ama níwọn ọkẹkẹ ni màkà bọ gẹ ẹ sí gẹ ẹ sẹsẹ rẹ sí ama wúwo wáyé má rọ oyin wẹyi ni mọ kẹwàá anara ayi ama nìkì wẹ má kẹrẹ náà má wẹ wẹ ẹwẹ gbẹwẹ nana ìwé náà tà ní náà ẹwẹ gbẹwẹ awa ẹyẹ nù ama ẹyẹ nù dàmà nà wúwẹ gbé ẹyẹ nà nàfi nà yọ pàmò ẹyẹ kan náà dàmà nà wẹ wá dàmà nà wọn ọlọwọ nà ẹwà abẹ ẹmí nà rẹ òtó sẹgẹ o awo ìyàwó aláwa nìdí àwọn náà yíyan sẹ́tì wẹ̀ ama ni ọ̀dẹ́ fiọ́ra èyí náà yàfẹ́ ẹ̀ máa rí wẹ̀ ama ni màá mẹ́rin gbé kí ọ̀rẹ́ rò kí yàfẹ́ ẹ̀ máa rí kábọ̀ rẹ̀ sẹ́yìnsì wẹ̀ kì máa rí ẹ̀rẹ́ gé ama náà nìyà wẹ́n ní sìnkú náà yìí ma ọmọ yìí ni máa lélẹ̀ ma náà yà wìn náà ó ní ọ̀pá láti ọ̀bọ̀ yìí wọ́ ọwọ́ mọ ẹ masini ni mọ ẹ yọ̀ sí ọ̀nà mọ̀ ọ̀bọ̀ náà ẹ̀gẹ́ náà rí a ama náà yíyọ̀ tọ̀ ọ̀rí àyè ni ọ̀wání ẹ̀ka ọ̀mùnẹ́sì ama ọ̀kẹ́ ayé ọ̀rẹ́ gbé ọ̀rẹ́ wò ọ̀rẹ́ sàlóbùà ama rẹ̀ wọ́n náà yà lùlù ká ẹ̀ náà yà yé yẹn o èmi náà lè gbẹ̀ yóò tọ̀ èmi náà gbẹ̀ yóò tọ̀ abidi kẹrẹ abc ama ẹ̀yà nínú wọn ẹ̀ ọ̀nà yà yú yìí ìmàyé tá ẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ ni màkà àtàwọn ọ̀nà gbẹ̀dà ní dọ́là òwò ní gbọ́là òwò na amawe do na ya ru èyí ni ma wà rẹ do na ya ru ni ma gbẹ yóò tọ ma mi kẹ náà mẹ ìlélẹ ma bí tàwọn ọ̀nà gbéra anáwẹ ìpẹ́ di yan ayáwó yìí rẹ do ọ̀rí yìí ama gẹ́dẹ́gbẹ́ nù sọpá nàmánagbẹ́ yóò tọ ẹ̀ mọ̀ yìí nọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀ dọ́pá ẹ̀wà dọ́wà ní wọ́n lọ́dà ní wà èmi lọ́mi náà wà mú yóò tọ ọwọ́ asọ́nàpá ẹ̀wà kò ní yíyẹn asọ́nàpá ẹ̀wà kò ní rí yẹn nọ́tẹ̀ kẹ̀kẹ́ náà ìpẹ́ di yan amani ọ̀hìn sọpá èmi náà máa ní do akíní yẹn wúwo gbé bá yóò ya gbèrà ní kùwẹ́ nínú ọmú ìwọ náà yá é ké ya fẹ́ wẹ́ ẹ̀bọ̀dé náà dùzà èyí náà kùdà òhìn náà yí nára ẹ̀ ọ̀ àmà nọ̀mà ìkí yẹn nọ̀mà kẹ̀kẹ́ náà ẹ̀gẹ̀rẹ́ gbà ní ọ̀tẹ̀mẹ́.
mami ọ̀wú náà di ẹ̀ wò dama na ya weta ya isebo udo mi kwokwo na ma ye o ka hu ni unre we aibu e woni owa ara lo kereze aweze gili we ama no rie mani e ni wa hin ati e bi na ati ama no kwa wa no we edohin amuna ana mewe na te atawi ona la jagbodo we te de ye edom hu ani orie ma we ne mataredo owo vin ko we ba le gbe o vin na ko we wa sun o ra ama ame o ga ya hunu e wa buta na ama no kwa e orie ma wa ni avanu hu na avanu we wo pa me no kwa e o di ni o do gbigbi lele na ga ituwe we esisa oga kin ega we no kwa e ni egbo won na to ta ro akota wo be wo ro me no kwa o filu sana hin awudun gboro awe ama no rie ma we opo won no kwa e opa ama o be sunu egbe fin aye we ni so sunu na ama no kwa e ni hin hu do ni wagi ma ya ma na hia o ni ma ya lele ni ma re dode oba atokpe
niwa ama ma gwakasi ama ogo salobwa iwe oro ama o salobwa yi no salobwa yi no keke ni ma lele na re rai ama re do le ro no we keke ni ma aru na ye yawa ama we ro no ye na ya ku ma ne do kia yi no ka ye so ba we ebo we yana edo yi ro bosie oda iya ni ma ite kawe gi magba aro yan do wa mawuto o ipe iya ni yan si no iku na wa kia e do ile wo wa ni abi gbo ni aye katikati yan ni ropeze ya se mi na ge ni ko ga ya se ya fe ye do gire ni ama no manya to ni wa ru ehe na na me we ekeni manya ma ye nya e wo de gbe mama te ka ne ni adoku lima but we ga ru won no kin are de yo we yo to le lewe ama no wa na mure na ni wa na ye na e ma keke
o keke ma ga ma ma ya me ba da ma ni ma me wo to
ma ni amo hin ma na yi na me we ari tiko amata mama u ga hin na de na be u no bebo e bona gano ye we rahina awetu ye owu ya yo sosi ama oro amaro na ya be ka eru nana awe kedo de ade awe eru ana eru ana be ya fe ama e ya ni wa ya juwe iron ya ye maka bo yin wa ya fe edunu pe na lele ilele orima ama orima na ye gbu ya ebe no otueye ka be tai ama oredo no pataki ni ma lele wo mana be tai uza no gbera ya si jogbe ase ya ni ma ye de ni bu yi wo ni bu ni orari akugbe ni ma orari eni ma webu ibiedo ama redo yan lele orewo yan lele orewo be orewo ni ma ba ma orewo ni pasi ma ya orewo na mi ewo egbeso e ma iya me kenia dia me kenia kedi ma wa mo ri anya hu ama no ya se gbo wodo ama no ma ya won do e be ya se gbo so agbaja
da ma na ya hu no mo do ama ro na ya hu no mo do
so agbaja mi we
no fi lele lo ekan
so agbaja mi we oma odo ipa ori awa oma ama o me no ko ni weru
yes na ya wa enwe oruwo ahie ni oyiri bi oyira oyewu nekwi ama no rie ma we oruwo ahie na hu do ni o ma ko ma no me no hin ata ma o hin o bo wonu na do mi ewe tudogi udogi o ma na aga we adugi ogogo o ye ma na ya we o ma na ya adugi emi eso ni oruwe yara oruwe na vini ama no kwa no de na ya ha na guvin oruwe ama no rie ma we ada odugi ogogo odu zese ọwọ́ àná ọgọ́gọ́ ọmọ
wàgùn ẹgbòrú òrùwé kọ́ na gbé náà sí ọmọ ayọ̀lẹ̀
àmà ni òrùwé nìyí àmà ní orí yé máa wẹ́ ògé ọgọ́gọ́ ẹ̀ dùn ni òrùwé ìbí ni orí yé máa wẹ́ àkìyẹ ẹ̀ máa ní yé ni ọ̀nà rẹ̀ mi wẹ́ wà rẹ̀ mọ́ yàtọ̀ gbẹ́ lónìí káàtà ẹ̀bán ọ̀wọ́n àti ẹ̀nà mú gbósẹ̀fù ìyànìyàn gúwa ọ̀rọ̀ àvúẹ́ ọ̀rọ̀ yẹ àmà ọ̀pàlọ́ ọmọ àmà yọ náírà yẹ ẹ́ o lérò ọmọ náà yà á dò ní èrè ìrúwọ́wọ́ gé báyìí àràgọ́ alẹ́sẹ̀ bá gbọ́ fún yẹn mú ọkọ̀ mọ́ náà àràgẹ́lẹ́ rẹ̀ rámà ní ìmẹ̀ yìí ọmọ yìí àmà yọ kọ̀kọ́ ẹ̀ ọmọ yìí àmà yẹ ẹ̀wẹ̀ ẹ̀ ọ̀vàlọ̀ yẹ ọ̀ bá yìí ha ọ̀gà kíkún àwọ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ kọ̀kọ́ ọ̀yà yọ rẹ̀ àmà nọ́kùà ẹ̀ nọ ọ̀gọ̀ wọn sì ní èmi ọ̀gọ̀ wọn ayé mi ọ̀mà ẹ̀ o ní ẹgbẹ́ ọ̀mà náà mú ẹ̀pẹ́ gbọ́mà ẹgbẹ́ wọn náà mú ẹ̀fọ́ ukunu wẹ̀tọ́ ẹ̀ ara wa ta àwọn ẹgbẹ́ náà máa
ẹgbẹ́ náà
amanaya ẹgbẹ́ ni ẹ̀ o ẹ̀ nọ ẹ̀dùnẹ́wù zọmọ wàhálà kì máa mú ẹ̀pìn nígbìmọ̀ ìfọ́ àwọn ọba
àtọ́pẹ́ òtún ẹ̀ ọ̀tẹ̀wẹ̀.
ilé máa dàtú ẹ̀ ìpè àkèrè kù ìdàrúhìmá ìdàtú ẹ̀ ìpè àkèrè kù ìrẹ́ igosa ìrẹ́ tàtú ẹ̀ ìrẹ́ dùnwìnà iná bi dàtú ẹ̀ ìrẹ́ ẹ̀wò ìrẹ́ ugbógun kèrè ìrẹ́ kọ́ha gbogbo wàhálà
òwẹ́sì mẹ́rin lè má jòtó ẹ̀ ìmá yàfẹ́ ní ìdàrúhìmá má jòtó wáyàfẹ́ sọ́bàrán ju wáyàfẹ́ arọ lè jòtó àwọn ìkàmẹ́ dó yàfẹ́ ìgbọ́bá dọ̀lẹ̀ wòyí má jòtó wá niri igwe niri ụwa keniri isi ibia onire yekọbịa ibia oniri yokorinwo nire yeko nwode nire eyafe mebe ye etie otemege ewo ya jotu wa yafe o aduna no wa yafe ilo ino ne ma we ya ni we dan we ma ibia do keni wari ya yafe o sabano ge duna no wa yafe no ama ni magwa kana na ge ya we ni uhi ama age ni iru agemi uhunda eyinuge onarama anagbemi yoto egbe na to ka ma unasi owera ai ama orene eyinugbo ma gbense ama eno uyore court uyore politics uyore yafe ama eyari nogu mayaro salubano je doma ni mayafe ọba atope ise
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Ugieni Madonna, Imazedion, Orero, always near Manazo, or Ugieni Madonna.
You will have to serve the community for 30 years before you come to this stage. They will ordain you ordain title. Then by then you are one of the elder.
This year now, we don't read the year, so that's why we can do this year.
Historically, joining the Elders Council, an individual must have reached a certain age and must have made significant contributions to the community through leadership, service, or other meaningful ways. There was jubilation in the community as sons and daughters of Okada, both at home and in the diaspora, trooped out to be part of the ceremony with various homes of the initiates agog with festivities. Friends and well-wishers of those initiated into the Elders Council jubilated at the Ogwedion after performing all traditional rites. The elders, known as Edion, in company with their loved ones, danced to their various homes where guests and family members were entertained.
ITV, certainly the best.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
They come on saying that democracy is not defined by the dominance of one party, but by the presence of credible alternatives for the citizenry to make their choices, continue to resonate in our political life. Well, with this, I say welcome on board with us on This Morning on ITV. Can we ever wake up and see our country, Nigeria, really
coming out strong in terms of bringing about multiple choices, of course, in our political stream. We've been having those basbos over political defections, you know, people or politicians in court moving from one party to another. And that seems to suggest many things. You may call it a negative trend. Well, they call it a positive trend. But looking at the fact where it could reduce the trust of the voters on such politicians is a very big issue, you know, that we could be looking into today. And of course, it also gives an impression that people defect, or politicians defect, because they don't want to lose influence and they don't want to lose access to the resources of the state. Well, I have my co-anchor with me, Arnold Lokbo-Stevens. Good morning.
Good morning, Philip. Seems you always have new words every single time on this table. That's
well,
really good to me, you know.
Amazing, because sometimes you look at politicians. Well, sometimes you look at politicians, you begin to ask the question, what are they really after? Is it for political survival, or for what we can see as the benefits for the people that they serve?
Well, the common saying that says an average politician, immediately you get into power, that's if you get into power, you're the next couple of 2 years, you're preparing for the next election. That is what we get to see every single time in Nigeria. As regards whether it's for political interest or it's for the people, I mean, the answer is very, very visible to see. Yes, yes, indeed, because oftentimes we have come on this table, online and offline, asking salient questions. Really, if governance is truly what it is at the heart of politicians in Nigeria, you know, which is really quite different from what we see. I don't know, maybe you might really have another opinion, but this is where we are. 2027 is here, and from now up until August or November, it's going to be from one up until another. Very soon campaign would start, even though there are those who would say that unofficially campaigning has begun, with the President's son Seyi Tinubu going to pretty much every state in Nigeria to just have his own fair share of the polity. And you know, really, this is where we are. So we are ready for this. Speaking about people going to meet people, just yesterday we saw Peter Obi go meet former President Goodluck Jonathan in his house. And after the meeting, he met with the press and he said that he didn't go for endorsement. What he is doing at this point is consultation with likes of Goodluck Jonathan, who is a statesman. And prior to this visit, we also had an interesting news on the line where we saw our President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and former President Goodluck Jonathan also have a meeting. Now, what is going on at this point, we really do not know, but only time will tell, and everything would eventually unfold moving forward.
Well, like the saying goes, that politicians do not have, you know, permanent enemies, but they have permanent interests.
Absolutely.
And so they can shift from one position to another. But again, if you look at what is happening in our political parties generally, some could be, experts could be saying, that could also deplete, you know, when it comes to ideology of political parties, a situation where people move from one end to another. It gives an impression that, well, there's no ideology, or there's no substantial part or features of ideology in such political parties. And where does this lead us to? Well, we understand the fact that the president basically would want to have a rerun. Basically is planning towards that, of course.
Even if he hasn't said it officially,
right? But we see what's happening, and it's expedient to also bring to the table, you know, the summit that took place in Ibadan, or your state. Well, let's not finish all of this that we've got on our plate. Let's get to Igarata of our Abuja studio. That's got a lot to speak about. Good morning to you, Igaro.
Yeah, very wonderful morning, Philip and Arnold Lokbo-Stevens there. Sometimes when you mention defection, the politicians would likely not be very comfortable with it here. But we who are persons of conscience, as members of the fourth estate of the realm, the conscience of the society, we need to keep telling them the truth. Because you cannot run a society where people crisscross at will over political and financial interests. And we keep quiet, because at that point, they are no longer playing politics based on principle or ideology, but on somewhat what they can get for themselves, their generation, or even the benefits they get from that defection. Sometimes, Philip, Anu, when you, let's even put it down to looking at nationally, even looking at within Edo State, some years ago, few years ago, almost everybody around the governor now, we are then around Governor Godwin Nogiase Obaseki, and now they have all moved. Some of them will speak and you will be wondering, are these not the same people who we are talking from the other side before? But today, they will tell you that they are standing on the mandate. Let's hope that when the mandate ends, maybe in coming years, let's now know where they will really stand. But I think men should try, within the ideologies of President Bola Tinubu, not dragging us into politics here, who have stood on a single political path. If we could stand like that over the years, we may be sure to get the best of what we expect to get as our politicians, thereby working for the overall good of the society. Taking a little bit off from what Anulapo Stevens raised there, yesterday's visit of Peter Obi to former President Goodluck Ebele. Let me add their political addition. Azikiwe Jonathan, you know, when they want to win election, they bring out all the names of the tribe. Those days you call him Goodluck Ebele Azikiwe Jonathan. The Azikiwe appeal to the southeast and all of those names. Yesterday, they visited him at his Maitama mansion, and when Peter Obi and others complained that the country is going to a one-party state, that they've come to consult him not to endorse, but when he finally becomes a candidate, he will be coming for endorsement. Let us not be deceived here. They go together. It's consultation, endorsement, and all of that. Like the City Boy movement in Benin said, they are not campaigning for president, they are only showing support. Campaign and showing support. So no matter where they belong, they have a way of getting diction to confuse the electorate and maybe even the media, but it's still the same thing. But from the Abuja end, Philip and Anu will be looking at complaint, talk about Nigeria drifting to a one-party state, and we'll be explaining that with our guest on this program this morning on ITV.
And of course, you make it awesome whenever you are on desk with us on this morning on ITV. Big thanks, Igaruata. A lot you said there concerning the aspect in Edo State, for instance, where you made mention of the fact that those who are around the governor of Edo State, Senator Mondo Kwebolo, seem to be around then former governor of Edo State, Godwin Nogiase Obaseki. Then something comes to mind. Are they after the resources of the state? Well, I never said they are. Well, let's get to you, Ms. Lina Nkwo of our Lagos studio. Good morning. And what you got on your plate?
Good morning, Philip. Good morning, Iharata. Good morning, Anu. Philip, it's been a while. All right, from Lagos, basically today we are looking at the summit yesterday, at the summit in Ibadan, you know, where some key political actors discussed a united front ahead of the 2027 election. What is the chance for the opposition party for the forthcoming 2027 election? You know, it still boils down to the key people contesting for against the ruling party. I'm talking about the ADC in presence of Peter Obi, Atiku, and Kwankwaso. You know, now the key opposition party now is the ADC. And now the way the whole thing is going is just like we said earlier, we've been seeing a couple of defections. APC had like 41 governance already, you know, with them. But are we going to say they're still scared of the opposition party? Now the opposition party, it seems, is looking like it's becoming more stronger and stronger. But another thing is these people in presence of Obi and Atiku, you know, they both won the presidential ticket, and that is why these APC members, these key leaders, they've come together, you know, to see how it's going to work. And if you're looking at it, none of them want to, you know, step down for the other person. They will want the presidential ticket. So this meeting would help, you know, put their house in order and all of that. So we're going to be having a political analyst that will help us talk about it today, the Ibadan Declaration, opposition chances in 2027 election. Will they stand a chance, you know, against the ruling party, the ADC, APC, pardon? We do not know yet. But I mean, the state is already becoming a one-party state, and which is not good for Nigeria and also for a democratic party. So for a democratic country. So we're actually keeping our fingers crossed to see if this whole coalition stuff, Obi, Atiku, if they're going to put their minds together or come together and, agree to bring one presidential candidate. I mean, it will be good for Nigeria. But at this point, it seems like Atiku is interested, Obi is interested. So we do not really know what happened next. And we keep our fingers crossed. So we're having a guest that would help us talk more on it later on.
Fielding a single candidate, the summit in Ibadan, Oyo State. Basically, we're going to be attesting if the political parties can really live up to expectation. It's one thing for everybody to come together and say that we want to feed in a sole presidential candidate. It's another for discordant tunes. Don't forget, there are still possible landmines coming from one corner to destabilize the opposition.
Absolutely. Speaking about
strategy and tactics, how do you see it? Will it survive the day?
No, I think it's failure on arrival.
Oh.
It is failure on arrival because just yesterday on the front pages of the newspaper, we saw that the blocks, do not forget, just alone in ADC, we have about 3 factions. So yesterday we saw the PDP, the ADC blocs reject the joint presidential ticket already with something that just happened on Saturday in Ibadan, and now they are saying they are not a party to it. Don't forget, we also have the Wike faction of the PDP. So it is failure on arrival, if you ask me, but let's be optimistic because that's the only thing we have currently in Nigeria.
Well, opportunism, you may call it a different thing entirely, politicians coming together, but we don't want to see what happened in some African countries like Djibouti and of course another country again, I escaped my mind, but we want to see a virile opposition, and as soon as we are able to make good choices as a people, it behoves on us that we have some sense of system of government we can say mimics democracy, even though some say we don't practice democracy. But it's democracy we have, but it now depends on how effective or how practicable it is. We'll take a short break, after which we will be looking on the pages of the newspaper. Do stay. Well, let's go visit the pages of the newspaper, and basically with that you're going to be having a wet appetite to feed in this morning for breakfast. Well, we say bon appetit, and we don't know if it's very appetizing, but let's see. They say most times we always have bad news on our stories, and it makes papers to sell. And this on the Daily Sun, and on the Daily Sun we have it just at the corner of the top of the cover page. 2027 Jonathan Obi orders meet in Abuja. We are roadways on that in the opening. And of course, Jet AI price spike forces domestic airlines to trim operations. And of course, the big headline here says, gunmen on rampage, kill 11 in Katsina, 7 in Benue, in Plateau, kidnap 10 students, engage veterans to tackling rising violent conflicts. Pastor, wife, 2 kids slaughtered. This is bad news.
Right, I think it's
bad news on the Daily Sun.
Daily Sun, right?
Yeah. Then we have it here. It says alleged coup, court orders accelerated trial of suspects, and of course, Ireti Kinjebe dragged to ICPC over 100 million naira kickback for fake contract. Still on 2027. APC crisis deepens in Nasarawa, Niger. And of course, ex-IGP Adamu alleges imposition plot. And that's what we have on the Daily Sun.
Right, away from the Daily Sun newspaper, the Guardian newspaper is up next, leading with politics, as it says, APC risks internal crisis as governors hijack nomination forms on page 6. Away from that, PRP faction rejects Abuja convention, alleges ADC's plot to hijack party on page 3. Alleged coup trial, court grants accelerated hearing, bars journalist from proceedings. You want to find out why? Details on page 5. Jonathan meets with Obi, others behind closed doors. That happened yesterday in Abuja on page 3. More details on that. Away from that, on the foreign scene, Nigerian envoy condemns killing of 2 citizens in South Africa on page 3. At this point, I feel there should be a national discourse. We really do not know what's going on. It seems the xenophobic attack has returned. Yep. And Philip, interestingly, it's not just Nigerians alone. We also see Ghanaians, Ethiopians being affected. Yep. Those other African countries staying in South Africa going through the same thing. Yesterday they celebrated or they marked their Freedom Day in South Africa, and we saw South Africa's President Cyril Ramaphosa saying, when you come to our country, please abide by the rules, yada yada yada. And it got a lot of Nigerians really, you know, asking salient questions. Anyway, moving forward.
Well, a lot we may say in that regard, but I believe that if the president is assuring that these xenophobic attacks could be tackled, why is it taking ages? Because we've had this, you know, spanning close to a decade, and it's still pending. But let's see how it goes, most especially as African countries. I think as Africans, we should first love ourselves. And looking at all of this, what could it be for our economy and, of course, for survival, you know, going forward?
Absolutely. Well, we'll talk some more about it on TMI Socials this morning. Away from that, Jet A1 crisis deepens as airlines warn of imminent shutdown, which they say might happen on Thursday, just in case you have your flight scheduled for tomorrow, for Thursday actually. On page 5 you get details of that story. Still on the front page of The Guardian this morning, other interesting headlines. Zenith expands West Africa's presence with Cote d'Ivoire's subsidiary. That's in Business News on page 23. And on the front page of The Guardian newspaper, we have pictures, but let me talk about the one with some governors in Nigeria. We see the Kaduna State Governor, National Campaign Council, Senator Uba Sani. We also have our State Governor, Senator Mondo Pebolo, right there at the flag off of Oyebanji's re-election campaign in Ado-Ekiti, which happened yesterday. Well, that's all The Guardian have for us this morning.
Okay, let's visit the New Telegraph, and on the New Telegraph, looking at what we've got on the top of the cover page, where it says, Tinubu asks Kalu to rebuild Abia APC, Moore's automatic Senate tickets for loyalists. And on 2027, we have it here, it says, while we consulted Jonathan by Obi, says ex-president wishes Nigeria well. And now, again, still on 27, that's really causing ripples. Sanwo-Olu backs Hamzat as deputy governor, consults over Guba ambition. You get that on page 6. UTME, why underage candidates are getting no result yet. Notification by JAM. You get it on page 3. There's been much talk about the results coming out from the JAM portal. Okay, this says, on the Middle East crisis, TUC pushes 50% tax cut, warns of job losses, workers' unrest, and oil prices hit 2-week high. Iran foreign minister holds talks in Moscow. Many we may say, looking at the pages of the newspaper. This says, Ramaphosa intervenes as xenophobic attacks in South Africa claim to Nigerians. And on alleged coup plotters trial, judge bars journalists as court grants accelerated hearing. That's what we've got on the New Telegraph.
The Punch newspaper is up next, leading with aviation crisis we're seeing brewing in Nigeria. As it says, jet fuel crisis. Federal government seeks 30-day credit window for airlines. So also, Brother says government stakeholders set 1,760 to 2,037 naira per litre range on the front page of the Punch newspaper this morning. Another major interesting subwriter says airlines lament 7 million naira fuel spending per flight, which is really high. Jet fuel exports drive record margins for Dangote. On page 2, you get details of the story. Away from that, Kogi school attack, 17 pupils rescued, 9 still in captivity, on page 5. Lagos couple beats adopted daughter to death, on page 4 and 5, really pathetic. Court hears ADC accord deregistration suit, May 5th, on page 30. Away from that, South Africa, federal government demands protection after 2 Nigerians killed. States earn 1.18 trillion naira VAT under new formula, on page 32 in Business News. Coup court orders speedy trial, tribunal resumes May, on page 14. Nigeria's petrol, diesel subsidized. Who was speaking? A Dangote official, right there on page 31. And finally, on the front page of the Punch this morning, Ekiti governorship. APC leaders back Oyebanji's re-election bid in on the front page of the Punch newspaper on page 30. Well, that's all the Punch has for us today.
Well, as we close with the Nigerian Tribune, it comes with a very, very troubling question. And on the Nigerian Tribune, we have it here, just a headline. That's what I'm taking. Okay. It says, bandits abduct 24 pupils, wife or proprietor in Kogi orphanage. And of course, 15 pupils rescued. 15 pupils rescued. That's what the government said. And then from the principal's report, our students escaped, not rescued. Well, when we begin to see reports coming from both sides, as in that seem to be contrasting, the government says one, and then the people says another, it gives an impression. Who is honest here? Is that the government?
I don't know. I don't think we should be playing propaganda with people's lives, because this is security we're talking about. Having conflicting reports from the same story says a lot. But then again, it's Nigeria, right? And it's not the first time we're seeing things like this. A situation where, I mean, remember the last one that happened with the recent jam that just took place? Some students were kidnapped. Jam said it didn't happen. Later on, they said they were rescued. And we get to that every time, and it shouldn't be, because security is very paramount. The people's life truly matter, and it should be held with the utmost, attention.
What makes Nigeria being called by some as a cross country? Is that the government, the leaders, or you and I?
I think it's everybody.
All right, that's it on the pages of the newspaper. Don't forget, after this time, we're going to be looking into the first discussion from the Benin studio, where we look at 2027 power play and the politics of defection and survivor. You never will miss out on that. Do stay. (2027) power play, politics of defection and political survivor is what we are about from the Benin studio. And of course, we look at what is trending, what is happening, the political development across states of the Federation, and some saying, well, this could be tilting towards a one-party state, and a situation where we have, state governments aligning with one party, and that brings to question if the ideology, if they are there for ideology and principle, or if they are there for personal aggrandizement. We keep saying, movement from one party to another. How healthy is this for democracy? And joining me to discuss this in the studio, I have from my extreme left, a public affairs analyst, a clergyman, senior pastor of Sword of Liberation Bible Church, Bishop Austin Igbasan. It's been ages. Good morning and welcome.
Good to be here again, and good morning, viewers.
Well, you didn't tell me where you went. Went to London to see the king.
Yeah.
What bishop? What bishop, you said. Big thanks for joining.
Thank you, sir.
And of course, next to Bishop Austin Igbasan is a legal luminary. By that I mean a custodian of the law, and also I mean a legal expert. And he is Emmanuel Obakpolo. Big thanks for joining.
It's a delight to be here this morning. Good morning, Nigerians. Good morning, Philip.
Thank you. And next to Emmanuel Obakpolo is a chieftain of the All Progressives Congress. Part of the reasons we're having this topic, and we want to see how or test the impulse of the party. Some say the internal party, internal democracy could be depleting on that end. And he is Ahmed Musa. Big thanks for joining, Ahmed Musa.
Thanks for having me.
I would like to choose, start with you. we see all of these happenings, and some have said that the ruling party seems to be placing landmines for the oppositions to be weakened and fragmented and go into extinction. We got what happened even in Ibadan or your state, where there is still this, convergence to produce a single candidate in a presidency come 2027. And of course, the conversations are still ongoing. Now, what do you make of this? Defections from one party to another, where we have state governments actually aligning with one party. And to some extent, your party could say the numbers call positively, because democracy, they may say, comes with numbers. But do you see this as a positive trend for politicians to defect from one party to another indiscriminately?
Thank you very much. I will start by welcoming my brothers here. You're welcome.
Thank you.
From my own view, you introduced me as a party chieftain, and not only that, a political analyst. So to say, let us look at it very let's look at it in a very real perspective.
Yeah.
And you ask why people defect from one party to another. Some people defect for gains. Some people defect for what they will negotiate and get. And why people stay to say, okay, this is democracy and democracy must thrive. And that is where I stand, because I like opposition. I like to see people oppose what you are doing. If you are doing it well, then the people should be able to applaud you very well. Let me take you back to when Adams Oshiomhole was governor of Edo State. We had a very real opposition in this state, where Chief Danobi was the state chairman of the party. He never see what Adams did as, the best for the people of Edo State. He antagonized him, he fought him all the way. That is true, democracy.
Yeah.
People aligning with one party and the other say, oh, what this party is doing is not good. I believe that we should stand on that firm.
Okay, so which means you are of the view that the impression being generated that your party is laying landmines for of the oppositions to get weakened and fragmented, you do not support that view.
I can't support that view, because that is not my party's
intention
to ensure that a party does not strive. The ADC,
but you're happy about it, aren't you?
Why should I be happy about it?
Oh, because it brings numbers to your party, and that gives room for your party's candidates to win elections come 2027. So if you say you are not happy, that could be hypocritical and paying lip services.
No. It's not. Okay. It's politics. People go to where they can find peace. Some of these governors you see coming to join the APC, some are going, some want people to succeed them. When you say, oh, was Fubara not in PDP? Was Wike not in PDP? Did he not still dealt with him? He still dealt with him, and they are dealing with each other today. So don't see it in that perspective. Okay. APC as a party had an ideology when they were forming it. They had an ideology of forming APC, and that ideology was to take over power from Jonathan. The party that they are forming today, like the ADC, do they have such ideology? Obi wants to be president by all costs. Atiku is a serial presidential candidate. Then you talk of Kwankwaso, who has not indicated interest yet, we don't know, but he has joined with the Kwankwasia group. They have joined the ADC. So do they really have ideology to fight the opposition?
Okay.
That is a question for them. Do they really have the ideology to fight the opposition? What is the plan? When APC was coming up, they had a plan. We want to use Muhammadu Buhari to achieve to remove PDP from government, and they achieved the aim. So this is what we are saying. So people must have a reason of joining you.
Exactly.
If I want to join ADC tomorrow, I must have a reason of joining ADC. I must be touched by my party. They must have offended me, and I must see a reason to go and join the ADC and be an opposition.
Okay. Let's get to another guest that will be joining us via Zoom from Abuja. She is a she was an APC chieftain. She happens to be part of the politicians that have crisscrossed. And welcome on board with us, Honorable Irene Osobase. Good morning, Irene. Hear me, Irene? Good morning, Irene. Can you hear me, please? Okay, I think we are having poor audio in that. We sincerely apologize for that. But why ICT personnel are working towards that? Let's give this question. Look at what is happening, Emmanuel Obakwalo. How do you see this as healthy for democracy, political defections?
A quick aside, I think for the very first time I've seen a Liberal or Progressive Congress chieftain, quote, or member. Who is this young man? He's not a bona fide or Progressive Congress member. So I do not think that his DNA is APC. He's a Liberal man. I quote him for that. Now, quickly, the spate of defection we've witnessed, experienced at this epoch, is that that is characterized by personal survivor rather than ideology. To my mind, I think that there is no political party in Nigeria. What we have in Nigeria just now is a gang of men who have assembled themselves and form an assemblage to see how they can grab, take, and run with it. And that is what we have witnessed. Before the emergence of the All Progressive Congress, just like he opined, and I want to stand on that stead, that the All Progressive Congress came with an ideology, according to him, quote now, and that ideology was to usurp, to remove the former president Goodluck Jonathan from power. Yeah. And that is just what it is, and that is what it has remained, and that is what it will continue to be until the All Progressive Congress leaves power. They didn't come with any ideology. They had no ideology. They had no political culture. They came with one aim, and they succeeded and achieved that intention with which they came with. But today we've seen men who have ganged up themselves, particularly the governors. The governors of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the 36 states of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, they are gang of men who just look for personal survival rather than ideology to see how they can impact the lives of the people of their state and the people of Nigeria in general. But we have seen now, just now, that this spate of the camp now has now metamorphosed to another form and manner, wherein some persons are now decamping to the African Democratic Congress, as they call themselves just now. We see them assembling again, and we are going to witness conflict of interest, just like he opined, and I agree. The man called Peter Obi is on the one side, the political bulldozer, quote and unquote, as they call him, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, is on the one side, and the man who is silent just now with his magnificent group called the Konkosia, the man called Konkoso, Musa Konkoso, is on another edge, and we have a plethora of them like that who have assembled to see that how they can achieve their personal interests. But when we look at it today, how is Nigeria faring? Here we are talking of spate of defection. Here we are talking of 2027. But even yesterday, last night, there was a rampage of kidnapping, killings, terrorist attack in Nigeria, and the government is silent about it. They will just come and tell you, security is everybody's business. No, security is not my business. Security cannot be everybody's business. Security is the primary function and primary responsibility of the government. By virtue of the provision of section 14 subsection 2, the constitution made us to understand that the primary function of government, responsibility of government, is to guarantee welfare and security of the people. Okay. But yeah, they are not talking about that. They are talking of how they can do. And we see spate of loan. Just now the president has also sent another loan, $516 million to cash as loan. And here we are, Akpabio and his gang will just sleep in the night, and before you know it, within the space of 5 minutes, they will approve it. Right. That is what we have seen in Nigeria. Nobody is talking of how Nigerians are faring. Okay, nobody is talking of how things are going in Nigeria. But here we are, everything is nose diving.
I'll come back to you. Let's get from the horse's mouth a lady who was former APC chieftain that cross-carpeted, but we don't know what party she's in now. Let's join you once again. Honorable Irene Osobase, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you very well. Good morning.
Beautiful. Well, good to have you join us. And we are on the 2027 Power Play, Politics of Defection and Survival. It happens that you left the All Progressive Congress as an APC chieftain, and there's a party that is the ruling party in Nigeria. We've seen, you know, persons or politicians moving from other political parties joining the APC. And again, we also seen some numbers moving from the APC joining other political parties. What could be your reason for leaving the APC? Because some would have said that's a party that is ruling, and of course, looking at the influence and of course the access to the state resources. Why did you choose to leave?
Good morning, sir, once again. Well, I choose to leave because I'm not really comfortable there. I discover it's a toxic area where no one's supposed to stay. Despite the fact that people are trooping in, decamping, I pity them because they don't know what is there. Everybody is looking at it. Maybe when they get there, that is where they will get their solution. But it's not really so. I will actually discuss, I'm from Edo State to start with. I'm from Eastern Northeast. I will talk about my state, not in general, because I discovered the politics in my place has no reward system. And apart from that, the government has been seized by some individuals. So many people or few people surrounded the governor. He surrounded himself with few individuals like General Sesi, Sylvester Igbobo, the state chairman, the so-called state chairman, Jarrett, and they manipulate him. These are the people that decide what happens in the system, in the government. And apart from that, you know, they're supposed to be contract and orders. They're supposed to give for reward system. They execute all these contracts by themselves. They do it by themselves without giving to anybody. This individual I have just mentioned, General Sesi #1, Sylvester Igbobo, the Jarrett, the so-called state chairman. So I just look at the place, a toxic place. I decide to move.
Though grievance just about the state resources, I was thinking your grievance could be what could be more, you know, challenging as regards the benefit of the people. But
yes,
is that just your grievance?
No, I'm still coming up. I'm just giving introduction to what led me to leave the place. Then now, number 2 is about the people. That one I said is just like personal observation. Because when I said this personal observation, I talk about maybe the contract they do there, how they execute it, that's supposed to be a help and alleviate some people from poverty. That is number 1. Then number 2, I discover that in that system, in that administration, what they know is that there is nothing like negotiation, nothing like persuasion, nothing like dialogue. The only thing they know is just force, intimidation, and there is an unequal distribution of projects, which is not supposed to be so. For instance, projects are more executed, they concentrate in some areas. As I said, I'm from Eastern Northeast. The project that is in Ekpoma, Irua, is not as much as the one that is in Eastern Northeast, where the people are supposed to benefit from. And another thing I discover is unfair distribution of appointments. very unfair distribution of appointments. In this very administration, the people that labored for this administration to come up, they have been sidelined. They don't compensate them, they don't carry them along again. People that did not work, that just came into this party, are the ones enjoying the appointments and the other benefits. And again, you know, according to democracy, is for the people, by the people. I discovered that the governor, I don't have personal issue with the governor, he's a good man, he's a good person. But I discovered there is no consultation with the elders. He doesn't consult the elders of the party. If he has anything to do, he just concentrates on those few individuals. Like General Sesi, Sylvester Igbobo, they decide and he go to their own direction without consulting anybody, without consulting any leader, which not supposed to be so. And this same individual, hello?
I will come back to you. You said a lot. You made mention of high-handedness of some of the leaders, but I think I have an exception with what you said concerning the state chairman, and you, in quote, called him so-called. He is the state chairman, so I think he deserves that respect to be given his title properly. But well, I know you have your grievances, but let's get to you, Bishop Austin Igbasa. Internal democracy is key in binding members of a party together, and of course, most especially as regards not only gaining power, but you know, bringing about differences coming together, and of course, forging a front that will be seen as united for the betterment of the people. With what she said, what are your reactions about what is going on in the APC? Do you concur with what she said, or do you have a different?
She's talking about the state. She's talking about APC in the state. She is not talking about APC generally, as a party generally. So what she's talking about is what is happening in the state. So do you want me to comment on that one? We're talking about defection. She has mentioned some points about the way the party is being run in the state. Like you have corrected her, the issue of calling somebody so-called, that's not a good language for lettered people. You know that you don't do that to anybody, no matter how. Some people are not happy with God now. Do you know that some people are not happy with God? They say, God, why have you given me children? You didn't give me school fees. Why have you given? Some people have done IVF, it failed, and they are blaming God. Some people have no staff count, they are blaming God. Some people will cause problem for themselves and they blame God. So the issue of blame, where she started her blame from, I don't queue up. She didn't speak as somebody that had the people at heart. She started with, oh, they didn't give me this, they didn't give me that. That is one side.
No, she didn't say they didn't give her. What she must have seen the distribution of these positions as being lopsided.
No, I'm taking from where she started. I'm talking of the first thing. If you take your mind back, what we are mentioning is number 3, number 4 of what the point she made. I'm talking from the first step part of it. Yeah. You see, as far as politics is concerned, we have politicians who talk about their interest. That is based on interest. If the interest is based on the people, she will start by talking about the people. She didn't start by talking about the people in her constituency first. That one is left to be discussed by new party she has joined. But what I'm saying is that as far as the state is concerned, she has raised some points. I believe that in a house, if you are in a part of a house, if your house is leaking, you will not park to GRA because you have a leakage in your house. If that house is your house, what you do is that, how do I look for a zinc or whatever we use to fix it, to make sure that this house, I stay here, I cannot go and become a tenant elsewhere. So that is one. Politics, thorough politician, they stay put no matter what they go through. Job said, even though God is killing me, I will still align with him. But most politicians go into politics because what they will gain, their popularity and fame, not really because of the downtrodden of the people. That's why you see when a politician is doing a project, you go and verify that project. You see that that project of 1 billion or 10 billion supposed to be 1 billion. And at the end of the day, you clap for the person, yet the person used 9 billion into his own pocket and give 1 billion to the masses. And if you check the project, you might see that it might be an adulterated project. What I'm saying is that as well, she has raised a point as an insider in APC. Everybody, the people she mentioned now, everybody know the role they play with the governor in administering what is happening. Some people may not like it. Personally, I don't like it. People like us, Philip here, you know how I labor for this government. I'm not an APC person. You know how I stood for the governor. My son here, the barrister, knew how I stood on this platform and many other platforms on places I preach everywhere, where people say you cannot speak, you cannot do that one. And I told them, Moses is a stammerer, is the one that led the people of God. God needed capacity, competence, and clarity. You remember how I went around the whole place. I only met the governor in Abuja. And he said, oh, I saw what you have done. People did not labor, like the woman said. People did not labor, find themselves in the government.
Okay, you agree with all that?
Yeah, I agree with that. You see, it happened in the days of Oshomole here. That people did not support him, were given juices, and the people who got themselves injured on the street were not rewarded. Now, I think if I'm going to be a politician, I will not be a politician because of personal gain. I will be a politician. I'm a Jesus teacher. I'm not a politician. But if I will be a politician, I will be a politician because of what the masses and the people and the impact. Okay. So talking about that one, the lopsided appointment, many of us have talked about it because every part of Edo State is important. And you needed the people. These are where council come. There are people who have been in this party before the governor himself came on board. And the issue is that you cannot be wiser than elders. And that is why there's a king in the Bible that had youth and the old people. He took counsel from them. Say, reduce the body. The people will follow you. The youth say, oh, we are Gen Z generation. Increase their body and let them go to hellfire. And they don't care. It was in that part, that governor, that king came, and the people say, to your tent, O Israel. So people like us who have been around here before the governor become a politician, we are here and we don't take, nobody today in the government can say, Ibasa collect 1,000 from my hand. And that's why I have the boldness as an elder state person who have played role in the days of military and also stabilized politics to see masses benefiting. I have the counsel for the governor that you needed the people. It is not going to be during the party, during the election that you say people are important. The people, you don't pick somebody from them to be a representative. It will be difficult for you to tell them to come and clap for you. People like us have been around. Philip, we have been around in the days of former Governor Lucky Binendo. We play our own role as an advisor, giving counsel to people in power. You cannot work with only few persons that are kitchen cabinet, but there are people that must not be a final say. Okay. As the governor is doing well, but there are in a place of your house, you must put it in order. It cannot be in the hand of 3 people running it. Other people counsel must count. That I'm giving answer concerning what people like us. I've been to government house. I've joined people to pray. My joy is to see the governor succeed. I'm not talking about political party now. To see him succeed from time to time. But when people have labored, people go into politics for interest. They go for recognition. The people that supported you, they have some people who also rely on them for empowerment. Not, I said when people are talking about President Ahmed Bola Tinubu, I said the people he gave waste management in Lagos, that is not a bribe. Okay. They are party men. Go and establish a waste management, buy a truck, we give you a contract to cover this area. That is not bribery. Politics, some people go inside so that they will be able to impact their people to also empower them. So she has a point by talking about some persons are sidelined, but that is also happening in every government. Okay. Everybody will complain. Right. People still complain about God. Okay. But what I feel is that if my house is leaking, instead of me to pack to GRA, I will go and look for carpenter and look for where I can buy silicone, whatever they used to seal it, to seal and make that amendment. But talking about defection that you talk about. Now, defection is part of politics in Nigeria. Okay. I'm not talking of other country. It is like we say national anthem on the assembly ground of secondary school or primary school student. That is defection. Now, they see it, and I want to say to you, when you talk about APC, oh, people are going to one party. I differ, because when the opposition party is having problem, somebody like a Delta State governor, I give an example, somebody like Osun State governor, who knows that when you stay in this party, and there is going to be a court order that will not make you an authentic candidate. So you want those people to wait.
Okay, I'll come back to you.
No, what I'm saying is that when we are talking of defection, don't generalize it.
Okay.
There are people that know that the party problem is not being solved, and they are looking at it and coming for the second time. Okay, there's a time frame by ENEC. I should wait and allow the party that is having 3 factions, and there's a court judgment hanging to now make sure that my second time ambition is truncated. So you don't say everybody is coming to that party because Tinubu is dragging them to come, EFCC is looking for them to come, ICPC is looking for them. That's a wrong notion.
Okay, I'll come back to you.
There are people that know that if I go in this opposition,
let's
court judgment.
Thank you.
We
Let's
secure my return.
Let's join.
So let us not use that
Musa.
is dragging everybody.
We are looking at the position of Edo State, for instance, like what she said, Honorable Irene Osoba said. Do you see what she has said as a big challenge in your party? You might have experienced some of these challenges where appointments have been lopsided. You must have also given some, judgment, basically, personally, on the way the leaders or some of the leaders of the party seem to be moving around the governor without considering others who are also relevant in the scheme of things. What do you make of this?
Thank you very much. But let me first of all start with my brother who said I'm not a bona fide member of APC.
Oh, I know you take exception to that.
Well, I might take exception about that, but I'm a very liberal person.
I think he was seeking the appropriate word.
No, he's a lawyer. He's a lawyer.
He has put it to
and my brother here, my father, let me call him my father because it's enough to have me as a son. The bishop, has stated some certain issues. But while I was coming to this studio this morning, I have decided to be a calm man. I'm not calm. I'm not that calm person, but I have decided to be calm.
To wear the toga.
Because to some extent, we should add religion to politics. And I have decided to be part of that. And to see what is good and say it is good, and to see what is bad and say it is bad. Because when we die, we are going to be laid inside our grave and questions are going to be asked, whether we like it or not. Even how we attended to our families and the positions given to us. I want to thank you so much for praying for the governor, for preaching for the governor in your own way by letting the people know. Let me also tell you, I did say, I preached, I went home, my wife is from Esan, Uromi, Esan Northeast, where that woman claims she is. So I told my community that it is the turn of the Esan. That was why I stood and I fought to ensure that in my own part, Esa is their turn to produce the government.
Okay, but at this point, are you feeling disappointed also, like she is?
I am not, because why I should not is because she is from Esa.
Do you see such proportions coming to you or your people based on what you did, in the course of campaign for the government?
It will always come. In politics, it's like that. But the ability to stand and stay and ensure that you address it is very important. She is from Esan, and she claims she's from Esan. When Oshomole was governor, like he said, it's a project at domicile in one particular area or whatever that she claimed, and mentioning names and particularly mentioning the leader's name, General Sesi Sekaigbe. It's not proper. If your party is not doing, because where you are going to is not as best as where you are coming from. Well, if it is for personal gain, fine. But for some of us who do not choose personal gain in politics, stay, because we are offended. Some of us are offended, but that does not mean we will leave the party.
Okay, when you say some of us are offended, that includes you, because some of us.
Wait,
which means what you are saying is that what she has shared is part of your grievance, but it's not enough for you to leave the party.
Of course, it's not. It's not enough to leave the party, but to build the party.
Okay. But you just made a point. You just made a point to corroborate what she said. That means such is happening in the party. You also made a point in that light.
Yeah, because
that you also saw a difference.
Yes, that was
the action of governance.
That was why I told him as a bishop.
Okay.
The governor is not God.
Okay.
He's a human being.
All right.
He needs wisdom. So you need to pray for him too.
Let's get back to the lady, Honorable Irene Osoba said. You heard what they just said, but I don't know if you want to set the record straight. But we want to know, the viewers want to know, where you are going, or have you chosen a party that you belong to already? And of course, with the challenges facing the opposition at present, are you sure you may not come back to the APC if these grievances you mentioned just now are resolved?
Well, you know, I'm not a fast speaker, and I've not been able to lay the points. Like as I was saying, you see, I said I'm from Eastern Northeast. Somebody will sit somewhere and decide who becomes a councillor in Eastern Northeast. Somebody from Eastern West, Eastern Central will see that decide who becomes the chairman in Eastern Northeast, which is not really good. And moreover, you are thinking I just left the party. I didn't just leave the party. I have tried several times to talk to the governor, and I have spoken to him. I have used people to speak to him. There is no change. That is why I say, you see, when you are with the governor, you see these individuals, they will surround him. You don't have time to discuss with the governor. They don't even give space for you to discuss with the governor. You can see start a fair hearing. They don't even go into the matter. They don't set up committee. They just sack them, which is not really properly okay. Hello.
Go ahead, we can hear you.
Okay. Then the governor is not accessible. He doesn't pick up, neither does he reply text messages. There's somebody like that. How can you say I just move? I have put on my effort. I have put on my best to see I speak to them, but I discover that they don't accept negotiation. They don't take negotiation for an answer. Everything is false. If somebody alleged to the governor, he doesn't go into the matter. He just take action and you are finished. And if you have problem with us, these individuals I mentioned, if the governor heard about it, you are finished. Like I mentioned the chairman. The state chairman that's supposed to be a state chairman, when you tell him you are leaving the party, we wish you safe journey. I can remember very well during Tony Aneni, no matter how small you are, if Tony Aneni know that you are grieved, in the night, Tony Aneni will come to your house. It's not you going to Tony Aneni. Rather, he will come to your house, he will plead with you, he will ask you your grievances, and he will sort it out. But in this very administration, it is not like that. Before I left the party, the chairman wished me safe journey. I gave him this notice of what is happening, if there will be change. But they refused. I went to the governor more than 5 times. I met him one-on-one. There was no answer, no negotiation. We tell me, come again. So for our people, the people that work against us before this administration are the people enjoying the benefit. Our people are not getting the rewards. Despite the fact that he's doing a general work for the people, he's constructing road and other things. But there's supposed to be a reward for individual, for people that have actually worked. The people that fought us, tooth and nail, for him to come to power, they are the people he's giving appointment to. They are the people he's rewarding. They are the people that is enjoying this system. So, my dear brother, it's not as if I just woke up and said I'm leaving APC. I have tried my best to see the governor, to address some elders, to address some leaders, to talk to him. But there is no response. That's why I said, okay, the place is toxic. If only 3 of them can form the government, they can do it. Let's see how it will be. Before I move, I didn't just move. I let them know. But there was no solution.
What party are you joining?
Sir?
What party are you joining, Honorable Irene?
Well, I'm thinking of joining ADC because it doesn't mean if I join ADC today, I will start benefiting from there. No. I want to start to build because generally all of us will see the situation of the country. If this one is not working out, insecurity everywhere, you can see what just happened in Adamawa. We try another system. The people are suffering. They are dying. See the economy and other things. People are bleeding in their hearts. So I'm trying to see if I can join ADC. We start all over. We see if we'll be able to do something to bring a real change to this country. Because the weeping of the people has got it to God.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, go ahead. Round off on that.
Okay. What I'm saying is that I said the crying of the people, the bleeding on their heart has gotten to God. And I know God loves this nation, and God Almighty is going to intervene to move us from where we are now to a better position. There is nothing God cannot do. So as Pastor just said, all of us will be praying. So, and I'm just praying like my governor, Senator Mondokpewo. I don't have any personal issue with him. It's just the way of the treatment and the people he surrounds around himself. So that is it. And moreover, I talk about sacking of commissioners, sacking of people, which is not too good. If you want to sack somebody...
Thank you, Honorable Aaron. You just got nods from the analysts here in the studio. And big thanks for taking our time to be part of this. I may be coming back to you for you to take your last words on this segment. But let's get your thoughts on what she shared. And moving forward, how can we galvanize a change, in terms of having electorate with choices and basically looking for competitiveness in the electoral process and how it can work for Edo State in particular and Nigeria in general?
Yeah. Firstly, I koto Honorable Irene. I admire her confidence, I admire her courage, I admire her boldness. If she can come out to speak on a live television via this platform, I think she really understands the intrigues of politics. However, when you look at the vultures in the All Progressive Congress today are going to cause an implosion. I have said it from day one. The All Progressive Congress will not escape an implosion. Between now and September this year, there's going to be an implosion. Already, we have crisis in Delta, we have crisis in Niger, we have crisis in Nasarawa, and no state of the federation will escape it.
Issues of internal democracy.
Yes, okay. Because when you see vultures who have assembled and begin to say that, oh, we will feast on anything life, we want to cause death in everywhere, and that is what the vultures are already doing. Again, we want to see that when you talk of spate of defection and how we are going to cause electoral reform, you can see that somebody has opened our eyes to the provisions of the extant electoral law act of Nigeria, particularly section 63. Just now, you can see that these politicians, as led by, particularly the National Assembly, as led by Chief Godswill Akpabio, they ensure, they put in place everything to ensure that they depend absolutely on rigging. They don't want to see whether election will count or not count. That is not their business. They have already put their weaponry on ground. Their armory is to rig the election. But Nigerians are going to take them by surprise. And that is why we want electoral reform. Just now, that section 63 of the Electoral Act should be expunged.
Okay, we don't know how fast that could be if you say so. We don't know how fast that could be because
electoral reform that will guarantee the safety of the vote of every Nigerian. Every Nigerian, rather. That is what we want.
Thank you. Let's have your share on all of this. Basically, you also heard what she said, as her grievance also. Do you see the possibility of this party, the All Progressives Congress, with what is happening so far, like what she listed, and of course, as Edo State in particular, and of course, Nigeria in general? You see this as a party that could mean well for the people in the ballot come 2027?
Like here now that the governor talks about 2.5 million votes. Even Lagos did not have that vote. Lagos State. You don't have that vote because the issue is that the
so that's bogus, you mean?
That, what I'm talking about is that if you look at the statistic of the election we have been having in the Edo State, you have seen that we have not rise above 600,000.
So history can be made.
Now, no, what I'm saying, I'm not criticizing. You let me land. What I'm saying is that there are things you can do that will bring those people that have registered out of their houses to come and vote. Also, there are things you can do that those who have a voting age will also come and register and be excited to vote. So what I'm saying is that if we're going to move forward, the issue that this woman raised is a crucial issue. It's not only in amount. Where people are one side, where you are giving an appointment in the morning, tomorrow, you will just hear that you are removed on radio, that you'll be on your way to where you want to do assignment, you don't hear your name has been removed. It's not a military rule. There must be consultation. Do you know that there are things you must do as a learning curve, even when you are in a position, when you are in a particular position, and you err? In any good government, you are expected to have you also have a second chance. In a situation where people work with you and they are not sure that you are commissioner today, you are not sure of tomorrow evening if you are still going to be in that commissioner position. Number one, it kills your zeal to put your best in that position you are at the moment. When you know that we have a big man in Edo State here that has a company all over the place. The man is a great man. He's a Christian. But his problem is that the first person to report a staff to him is the person that has won. He will just call and sack the person they reported. He doesn't listen to the second thing. And the thing is affecting the man's business. He has a bogus business. All those who are working with him understood, he say, just go and report to Oga as the first person. Then he doesn't listen to the other side. So, as a governor of the state, the people he surrounded himself with, he should remember that those people's name will not be mentioned. It is only his name that will be mentioned because the box stop at his table. As much as possible, as I pray for the governor, as I love him and I've marketed him, I've never demarketed him. But what I'm saying is that it is something that must be, the people must have sense of belonging. Okay, in my place they said this one is not good, you remove it. The other one is not good, you remove the firewood. Which firewood will come make the food to be done? These are people that are on the street for you. I'm shocked. Some of us, do you know, during election, I hire coastal boss and put pastors as INEC officers all over the place. I did the same thing for Obaseki the first time. I did the same thing for Obaseki the second time. I did the first thing for Oshomole the first time. Well, we 8 of us sat down and talked of how to bring Oshomole. I was part of those who bought tickets to bring him and adopt him 1.5 years to the election. And everybody was against us. How will you adopt him? We saw potential in this man. But when he became governor, the signboard of church is what they first of all removed. Iron. They brought iron signboard to government house. Okay. Now, what I'm saying is that most time when people sit in position of authority, the people they surrounded themselves with matter most.
Okay, what do you see
Mr. President?
What do you see as what portends for the party in the state in terms of local elections? Looking at
local election, number one is that the governor of the state must disconnect these people that have attached to him like bedbug. He must do something to disconnect them, and also to be liberal, to listen to the voice of the people that labor for the party. I can tell you for free that those who the governor is a good man.
Okay, are you saying that if this isn't done,
it is not done, I can tell you for free that there is nothing like 2-point-something million election for people to come out. Right. Because Irene has left. Now, Honorable Irene has left. He has his followers who are not happy with the way she was treated. Other persons who have complained of these same people. Are you hearing what I'm saying? Even when I met the governor, I saw these people mentioned, one of them was with him. You should let the man breathe. Let the man take decision of his own. Let the man relate with people and have contact with the grassroots. The governor is a good man. He's a good man. But these people that are attached to him, that you cannot discuss. Okay, I have a son in the church who came to me one time. He said, Daddy, this is the guy I want to marry. Is he good? The guy was standing. Then what do you want me to tell the? I will tell the guy that this guy is a witch. Before swimming, he said this guy is he good, Daddy. Look at the guy. He's standing. So why you want
that's like speaking truth to power?
No, what I'm saying is that when you want to talk with a governor and somebody is standing there, something you want to talk with the governor privately, and this thing I even have to do with the person that is standing, that you want to say, sir, please put your ear on the ground. These people, they don't love you. They love what they can get through your platform. So how do you now tell the governor, sit and say, sir, Mr. F is one of those people, please, I want to talk to you. So the boy said, that is this guy good? What would I say? And the guy is not good. What will I say in the prayer of the guy? I will not say this guy is a witch, you can't marry him.
You keep mute.
No, I just keep mute. I told him, I said, you have made your choice. When is your wedding? He said, Daddy, I want you to pray. Put. I said, there's no prayer on what you have taken decision. So to me, somebody who has prayed and market the governor up and down, I won't want him to fail. Okay. The issue is that these people that are attached to you, that doesn't allow you to listen to people who really love you, disconnect them. You have the power as chief executive to have a grassroots meeting. Politics, look at Tinubu, sir. Tinubu does not throw people away. He does not trust them. Somebody like Ambode, I still have me meeting with Oga.
Okay.
And people are saying, oh, he may be the governor. If it's somebody else, he will say, throw him into hellfire.
All right.
So what I'm saying is that to the governor, I want him to succeed. Let him disconnect himself from this colony and be close to his people and take some decision. And let people know that if I'm a special advisor today, I will not be removed tomorrow. Let them know that there's a security of employment, that I'll be employed. So it will make them to put their best into that place. When you know you can be removed tomorrow, whatever you see today, you pack it and get out of the place.
Thank you. Let's get to you, Ahmed Musa. Do you share in the same light of what Austin Igbasan said?
When you want a man to succeed, you will speak the truth. I'm meeting these two men for the first time in my life. Though I see you on television every day, I have not had opportunity to have interaction with you like this. I think what they have said today is like an advice to the government and the governor of Edo State. For me, I applaud them. I thank them. On behalf of the governor, I am thanking them because it's as if they are talking to me. It's as if they are talking to me because so many things that have been said today sometimes happen to me.
Okay, but do you see this as a challenge for your party if it's not corrected immediately for local elections?
Because they have said it, it has to be corrected. So if they have not said it and they keep it in themselves, then we'll just be in illusion and be walking and say, oh, we are supporting. No, now if the governor watches or his people watches, they will tell him, oh, Mr. Governor, this was what was said today. How do we make amends? Let's do this, let's do this. For me, I thank them, and I want us to also pray for the governor. It's not God, like I said. Yeah. We should pray for God to give him wisdom of Solomon to pilot the state.
Okay.
And for our sister, Madam Irene, we are still begging you, if she has not gone yet, decamping to ADC, it should come back. We will see how we can accommodate.
Okay, thank you. Let's just get a word from Irene going forward, and just a word in 5 seconds.
In my conclusion, what I see is that a lot of people are watching quietly right now. In politics, royalty shifts very fast. And like you said, it is after this primary we will know if the real test of Governor Modokwe, his strength, how he's going to get that 2.5.
Thank you, Irene. Thank you for being part of this discussion. And your final words in 5 seconds, Emmanuel Bakolo.
I wish, if wishes were horses, beggars will ride on them. I wish that the governor will listen and do the appropriate thing. And also, the All Progressive Congress, from the national level, from the president, should guarantee the safety of Nigeria. All right. It should stop talking about, however, the lullaby called on the mandate we shall stand. We are no longer hearing it.
Big thanks, Bishop Austin Igbasan. And I believe, thank you very much for taking attending part of this. And big thanks, Ahmed Musa, for this. We're taking a short break, after which we will be joining Abuja studios for the conversation from that axis. To stay.
Fill the pot, but now when you have so much, the pot gets filled. So now they are saying, look, we went to Ibadan, we stayed in Ibadan, we enjoyed the best of what Ibadan could give, and we agree that, look, we are going to be fielding one candidate. Before I bring my guests to you this morning, let's listen to that clip from what now many are describing as the Ibadan Accord.
Despite the onslaught and machinations of the party, the NPC, to ensure that Bola emerges as the sole presidential candidate in 2027, we shall be and other elections.
they want to work it in the APC view to what they call one-party state. By the maneuvering of APC, determined to field candidates across. That is, in the dominance of APC, they are poised to say at every level, is this Senate president, is it vice president, they want to do. Those are the other one is that this. They now have a part of the summit resolution that they want to agree on candidates.
Yes, of course.
Then the other one is they complain about Joash Amukuto. That's a compromise. There is a compromise and also shows more of a ruling party.
Okay.
And they also said that they want a review at the National Assembly so that they will maintain the sanctity and the integrity. To the best of my knowledge, these are just wishes of the time constraint. I appreciate the fact that yes, they can achieve so. It's their own wish. Okay. They are constrained with time.
They do not have time.
There's no time in place.
Yeah.
Because we're now looking about 6 months. About 6 months.